do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all.
Ooh, hello. How's everybody doing? I'm tempted to try other things, but every time I look at the other builds, I'm just like, but I want to play this one. This is my first build. It's the one. It's so fun. I'm enjoying it. Just play the marksman with the falcon tree. The marksman looked pretty good, but not for me for a league start. For me for a league start, I think I'm locked into this build unless it disappears. Unless this build disappears from me, I'm doing this one. It's hard to get past. I run fast. I never have to aim. Everything's automated. I have my own self heals. I'm quite tanky. And I can spend all of my time staring at chat while mapping. It's real hard to like compete with that. Real hard. Haven't looked at basically anything. What's that synth board do? Hang on, these individual maps are like super quick. I'll give you the super quick TLDR of the endgame when I get out of this map. It'll be end game of last Epoch in a minute or less. It's also absolutely nothing like synthesis. I don't know where the fuck Warlock got that from. It fucking is. It shares zero similarities. You know what the Falconer reveal was so cool? I actually watched it. I watched it off stream. It did look pretty good. Evening. Endgame, this whole thing, there's like a few different endgame systems, but this is the main one, sort of like the mapping equivalent, right? You start at the end of time. Each one of these is basically like an entirely different zone. Each one of these maps, you have to like progress through these areas to get to this end island here. That has 3 level 90 places at it. And once you run the level 90 places, you unlock the entire board being level 100. Then on each individual island, you get these things here, which is the only similarity it has to a synthesis board at all, is that it kind of looks like a synthesis board, but isn't at all. Which is, this is basically in each individual map. You start somewhere. I think I started here, right? And you just pick a path and you head out that way. Anything can drop anywhere, but finishing each individual node here or each individual map will also give you a guaranteed reward, which is what we just saw here. That was my guaranteed reward thing. So you can target farm things like rings or whatever if you want, and just have more chance of getting that thing. Different things you can do here, like these weird ones will reveal all nearby echoes, so it'll like show you a whole bunch of the area. And then I don't have one because I just started this, but there's another thing that looks like that, but it's like darker. No, not that one. The different one that will add corruption to the area. Adding corruption to the area is the same function as adding delirium to an area. It just makes stuff harder and more rewarding. And you can just infinitely pump that difficulty up with corruption. And there are bosses associated with every zone. When you kill the bosses on every zone, you get access to rewards which are tied to each individual zones, which are basically character buffs or drop buffs. So in this area, I've only run each of them once, so I don't have the good ones that I'm after. But like completing this area, I've got one that gives me 35 necrotic res right now, which is like one decent suffix on a piece of gear. Obviously I don't have the good ones because I just started this. That one's given me cold res. This one's given me class specific shard drop rate, so you can like augment the kind of loot your character gets. Just some dodge rating, ring shard drop rate, lightning res, flat health, 12% increase unique drop rate on that one. And I haven't even been here yet. I'm trying to unlock that one next. The bit that's like synthesis is that the map looks like the synthesis map that you would build. Other than that, it really doesn't hold similarities. The modifiers go between areas the same way synths do. That's a fucking stretch, man. That's a fucking stretch. This is as close to synthesis as rifting is to mapping. Okay? Like, I can see some similarities, sort of. But it's a fucking stretch if you want to try and make them the same thing. Like, it's a big stretch. Hi there. Why, hello. What's the bet? Core has the tab muted up the top in his browser, and that's why you can't hear anything. Well, not anymore. You can clearly hear me. Anything, is that extra pierce still working out for you? So much. So much. I want to get an extra level so I can get a third pierce. Back to the shaman. Yeah, it's real hard to think of playing a different build first when this one is so chill, laid back, relaxed, fucking. It's decently quick, it's decent damage, it's decently tankiness. It's like a real good all-rounder that's also very lazy to play. It's exactly what I want. Why do I only have 7 totems though, when I should have 9? I wonder why my damage was a little low. I'm missing 2 totems. I see. I see. Because it's an LED now. It's true though. It's true though. All about LE until probably the new PoE season. Still have so much shit on my maps. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of disappointing to be honest, but fair enough. Whatever floats your boat. Well, it was the best PoE league I've played in like ages, but also I'm done. What else am I gonna do? I'm finished. I finished PoE this league. Bailey can look at my GG items now. Oh my god. Nice. Not ever keen solo self-out progression. I couldn't break myself away yet. That's alright. You don't need to. Even if you're interested in last Epoch, there's no reason for you to be over here before launch day. If you're still really busy with PoE. Like if you're still really feeling PoE, there's absolutely no reason you need to be playing this early at all. This game has the great ability to be played completely blind from day one, and you will still have a good time. Completely blind, absolutely no idea what you're doing, never logged into the game before launch day, and you will still have a great time. Anyway, it's still really good and interesting, but all I have left to do is get my achievements. I don't know, I can be far. If you mean challenges, you should do your challenges. This is the best challenge reward MTX set I have ever seen in my life. Never has there been a better challenge reward MTX set than this. You want a purple life globe. You want a purple life globe. You will be angry at yourself for not having a purple life globe for years if you don't do it. You're going to see me rocking a purple life globe from league start every single league, and you're gonna love it and you're gonna hate it. Refine filter bit for the campaign. Yep. Fine, opening PoE. I'll play both at the same time. Look, I'm just looking out for you, all right? I'm telling you, you're going to be miserable in the future not having it when you had the opportunity to get it. It'll be terrible. It'll be terrible and you'll hate it. It's just put in the work, get your challenges done. That purple health globe is a mandatory thing. You must have it. basically, if you don't get the purple health globe, you're not even a PoE player. You might as well just never log in again. Okay, maybe that's a little extreme. Just a second. Just don't pay attention when they make next leagues a blue glow. I mean, purple's better than blue. Purple's the best color.
Take care.
Want a pink glow? I don't know what build I would put a pink glow on for. I'm sure, like, I'm not against it. Like, pink's a pretty good color. I just... like, pink, blue, and red are all A tier colors to me, with purple being the only S tier color. So we're at the point where I want that belt, so I might have to look up where I have to farm that belt. Because that belt is like a pretty decent amount of power for me. Back to 9. What happened? Have fun with that? I mean, it's not even that rare. Huh? I thought it wasn't that rare. As far as what belt, it's a belt that gives you rage per second. It's basically the only thing, if meaning, that it does. But the belt giving me rage per second means I don't have to take this node anymore. And when I don't have to take this node anymore, it means that I get all of these totems I put down become healing totems again. They become healing totems again. And that's what I want them to do, because right now I actually don't have heals, which is like all of these are healing totems that pulse for AoE healing and don't actually heal at all, because I need them to maintain my rage. But the belt will let me not need rage anymore. The belt will handle the rage generation, and then I get all of those totems become healing totems again, and then I become super tanky. Well, tanky's not the word, really. Tanky's like an overall word. I get recovery, right? I get a buttload of recovery. But What I don't remember is where the fuck that belt drops. So just give me a second. I'll look it up real quick. Yeah, I think there's 3 pillars to tankiness in my mind: avoidance, mitigation, and recovery. And this is true in basically every game that I've ever played. Avoidance, mitigation, recovery. And to make a good build, you want 2 of those. You can pick 2. The rare instance where you get 3 of those is where you start to break the game in most games you ever play. When you've got good avoidance, good mitigation, and good recovery, that's when you start to feel busted. You start to break everything. Your build must have 1. You need 1 of those 3 things to exist, and you want 2. Legacy of the Quiet Forest. Yeah, cleansing Legacy of the Quiet Forest. Legacy of the Quiet Forest. Cleansing is a different thing. That's a prefix. It says Fall of Empire. So there. So I want to go there for that. So this is where I get a little bit torn because I don't know the end game yet. I do know I really want this. I really want to go hunt that belt. It's the most important part. But there's only 2 of these here left. I would use Runes of Ascension. It should be an easy pull. So I've only found 1 of them this run. Now, obviously I've got 13 because I didn't clear my thing. But I've only got 1. I've only found 1. All right. I've got 13 because I didn't clear the thing, but I'm not using anything from my stash. I'm trying not to use things that I haven't found. I've only found 1 of those.
Yes.
Does it need to be any belt, or does it need to be the correct belt? Like, do I have to find the belt that has 100 armor and 4 slots? The bronze belt? Or just any belt? Any belt? Let's try it, because I've only found 1 with this character, but we might as well try it, I guess. So what is it here? Boom. Nope, that ain't it.
Take care.
Oh, that's the only one I've got, so. So, then back to the original question. Do you just go farm it immediately? Or do you finish these 2 zones so you've at least got some buff coming in and then go over there? I think I finished these 2 zones. That's a bit more powerful than I thought. That actually makes it weaker. Odegus. Because it means that you can't just find the correct base and then... you can't just find the correct base and then like limit the pool of what you could make it into. So it actually makes it weaker than if it was had to be the correct base. If it had to be the correct base, it would just be a matter of highlighting that base on my filter and hunting it down. Whereas when it can be any belt, it means it can also turn into any belt. Makes sense? Man, I think I'm gonna have to play without a controller. I actually think I'm gonna have to play without a controller. Too many of the controller things are just like a bit awkward and don't work how they're supposed to. Like if there's a breakable there and you're running past it and you're like, oh, I want to teleport. It doesn't. I was facing this way. Like I would have teleported to here. But because there were breakable items just here and I was here, it just TPs you this far to the breakable item. And then you're going to wait 7 seconds for the cooldown again. And without that, I could just be like, boom, I'm over here. Right? Just go wherever I want. I think I'm gonna have to play with a keyboard and mouse. Like a civilized person. Like someone who doesn't have hand pain problems. This is one of the best things about taking any break from PoE is that I usually prioritize games that have controller support so that I don't have to hurt my hands constantly while playing. It's like my favorite thing about Torchlight Infinite is how fucking good the controller support is. Like it's so good. The controller support on Torchlight Infinite is probably the best controller support I have ever seen. Try using an MMO mouse for this. It's my mouse hand that usually hurts the most. I wouldn't want to put more strain on my mouse. If anything, I want to take things away from my mouse and put them on the keyboard. Oh, I fell out. Oops. Didn't fall out. I pressed the button. I just play right now. Live with an MMO first, but I have the pain like you do. Yeah, that's why I wear the really cool, fashionable gloves. The socks as well. I haven't I never bought the socks because I didn't need them, but how do they go? Are they good? Not where did they go? How did they go? Not where. Am I able to play at launch? Try to feel like a... If I'm able to play at launch, I will try the Warlock Fisher build. Also just be one button clearing. Oh yeah, that Warlock Fisher build looks really good. I'm more interested in the Warlock than I am in the Falconer, to be honest. Probably shouldn't be that big of a surprise to anybody. More interested in Warlock just of the Falconer trap. The one thing I really did like about the Falconer was turning the traps into a bow. That looked really fucking cool. That bow build looked so good. Oh, whoops. It's not even that I'm like uninterested in them, by the way. Like, they look good. They just don't look like what I'm going to league start good. That's all. The marksman with the dip into Falconer. I mean, yes, but also the Falconer part of that is really important. Does look good though. Looks real good though. Whenever you directly use a spell, or movement skill, you cast Etra's Blessing on a nearby minion or other ally. 12-second cooldown, right? Never mind. For a minute then I was like, that seems pog as fuck. But the 12-second cooldown. Pass. And not yourself. That's fine. I was thinking about like league start when we're in a party. Whenever you directly use a spell. This is a spell, isn't it? Oh, this isn't technically a spell. Huh. Spirit Thorns is like my only actual spell, and I don't even use it. Okay, never mind. So I want to get to here because that's really, really good. I'll just put one there. They can last 5 seconds. It's fine. So I need 2 more. What on earth am I going to put them in? Probably just health. Probably just health with those last 2 points. What really bothers me is that there's nothing that I feel like I really want past here in Shaman. Like I can put some points in attunement and whatnot. Like I can do this for like totems can't be stunned, but nothing that important exists past here. But also nothing important exists past here, and nothing important exists past about here on this area either. Like, so it's not like being a druid or being a beastmaster for this kind of build would be better. It feels like I've picked shaman out of these 3 purely for this bit right here. This is all that matters. That's it. That's the only thing. It's like I don't use that, I don't use that, I don't use that, I don't use that. I am actively using these 2 things the most, but I'm not even a druid because there's nothing in the back here that I want either. I do know that this class is like getting a little bit of love in the patch notes. What does attunement do? This is my main skill. It is an attunement totem minion build. So attunement stacking is just a good way to get more damage. Basically, is it written somewhere? I believe it's just a basic 4% more damage per attunement. I don't know where to see that though. I don't even know if you can, but I think it's just 4% more damage per attunement. So that 10 attunement is 40% more damage. I don't know where it says anything. In parenthesis on the skill when you hold the alt button down. Hold alt. Ah. Attunement scaling. Right. There it is. Attunement scaling. Per 6 points, my totems gain 120 health. And per point, they gain 4% damage. So they currently have 140% damage from attunement right now, which is not a lot, but also I don't have a lot of attunement, so. And then these things also gain healing effectiveness per attunement, which is pretty cool. 6 per point, not point. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Cool. So like everything scales with attunement. So Because of that, 50 all res, 10 attunement, -5 mana cost. This is like, realistically, this is the only reason that I picked Shaman. I don't really care about this thing. I'm probably never going to use it. I can't even figure out what my 5th skill should be. The max roll version of this build, so hang on. They're in this and they put totems down, right? And what they do is they cast this all the time themselves while the totems are down to try and do more damage. So there's 2 problems with that. One, it requires a few extra points, so they have to come over here, they have to get a little bit of Thorn Pierce chance, and they have to take this thing. So there's a few points in here that you don't get to put into defense. And then they use that to proc Storm Totem on hit. What? Do you have Thorn Totems on hit idols? No, but I've been looking for them. I just don't have any yet. This Thorn Totems have different trigger the extra totems. No, it's to trigger a Storm Totem. They don't even have those in their build guide. They use a relic slot that has a 12% chance to summon a Storm Totem on hit, and they use it to trigger the Storm Totem. But there's only one Storm Totem, and it, even fully spec'd into, does less damage than each one of the totems that we normally do, because we scale a lot of physical, not necessarily a lot of lightning. And the reason that I think that's wrong is because if you just resummon totems, they instantly fire a new shot. So the most amount of damage I can do is actually spamming my totems as quick as I can. And that's actually better than stopping to cast another skill to get one Storm Totem to place down. It's actually better to just sit here and hold this. This is more damage than leaving them up. Which means they're wasting this skill point, this entire thing. It doesn't do anything. They're using up a relic slot to make that combination happen, and they're using several points in this tree that could be good for other things to make that happen. I don't want to do any of that. But that leaves me with a new problem. What the fuck is my 5th skill? What do I use instead of summon Storm Totem? Because I can't find anything to use. I don't have another skill worth using. I can't use another minion because I already have 2 of the Spriggans, which that's my maximum companion thing, is 2. I can't find another skill I can use. I feel like I only have 4 skills. What I was thinking was Ice Thorns, because I can go down here. Ice Thorns now creates a thorn barrier, granting you armor. Extend the time of that buff. And then recast when it expires. And there's a thing that makes it trigger automatically when you get hit somewhere. You have a chance to cast Ice Thorns when hit by enemies. There it is. You can't use the Ice Thorns while transformed, even if it procs automatically. Even if it procs automatically. I'm pretty sure I can, if I make it proc automatically. Well, we're literally not using this, so let's get rid of that. Let's try Ice Thorns. So with this, I've got a 25% chance when hit to cast it. Then I can go this way, which will give me some armor, which I will get more in. And this one, which will increase. There's a duration increase. Hang on. Where's that? I'm going to Entangling Roots to have yet another heal. I have that. But just a little tiny bit in it. I have just here into 2 points. That's it. So this is ensnaring roots, not entangling roots. Skill is entangling roots. That's not the same skill. Misread, or they changed it. This one they could easily have changed it. Oh, this 4 points can go in here. All right, so now we've got so far a 35% chance. It'll be a 40% chance to cast Ice Thorns when hit. That gives me so far a pretty low amount. Thorn Barrier lasts longer before releasing. Cool. So far a pretty low amount of armor, but I'll get that. And then we'll put extra armor in and the duration. And then at the end, we'll get chance to recast itself. And it'll just become like a, when I get hit, I've got extra buffs sort of deal. So if you look, this is probably my favorite thing about totems in this game and why I like it more than I like totems in PoE. If you look at my totems as they spawn, it's a little hard to see with a lot going on. But the moment they summon, their first skill is already cast. Like they're casting almost as they pull out of the ground. Like they're already doing their first cast. There's no delay. That's the reason why I think it's troll to add in the other thing that other people were doing where they like throw this around so they can summon this one storm totem, which they can't even have multiple of, and then use a whole skill for it, because they could be spamming more thorn totems which benefits from all of our damage scaling and just does more damage. Thorn barrier. I think that thorn barrier was the proc that I was after. Yep, that's the one. Okay, so it is working even in Spriggan form. I am getting that automatic proc. So I think, unless there are changes, I think that has to be my 5th skill because there's nothing else that's useful. I wouldn't say that the thorn barrier is like super important. It's not that impactful, but the other options do nothing and this option does something. Gives you a little buff. Might as well have that. Right? Okay, so it's now a 2-second buff. It gives me 80 flat armor, which is not much. What's my current armor? I mean, my current armor is 2,500. Another 80 flat isn't that bad. This is what I'm doing in the current Thorn builds. I went with Summon Bear in the northwest area. There's a thing that does armor shred for me. So you didn't go dual Spriggan then? Because you can't do that. You can only have 2 companions, right? I could see an argument for Bear. Might be the 5-second cooldown. Shorter cooldown. No. Bear now casts a ranged spell that deals. I'm sorry, your bear now casts a ranged skill? Does he, is it constant? Does he stand back like he's a mage? That's kind of hilarious. Can make it PS2. I really like this, but what I think is I want to weigh. I wish I had just like a few extra points for Spriggan form so I could make the Spriggan themselves actually do damage. They do a pretty dodgy amount of damage right now. If I could make the Spriggans do damage as well, that would be cool. I briefly tried this, have them so that they can now summon vines, and I got the vines to deal a little bit more damage just to see how they would do. But I don't know. I think maybe if I give up all these points, 1, 2, 3, 4, then I could get, I'd have to pull a little bit more than that as well. 5, 6, 7. If I pulled out the armor, I'd then have 7 points. then I could have all of those, but I just don't feel like it's enough. On the bright side, having dual Spriggans does seem to keep them alive really, really well. I don't know what's happening with that. I'm guessing that they're healing each other, but they basically never die now. As soon as I got dual of them, they don't die. I might try getting rid of this heal and ensnaring root thing entirely. I might try speccing down here into its proper damage wheel and see how that goes. Probably pull one of them out too. That'll be enough to keep them alive still. That'll give me 7 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. So we'll do the basic 2 there. Chance to fire extra thorns. Always fire an extra thorn. And then we'll see if they keep living, and if they keep living and I can, because there's 2 of them and I can pull these out, then they'll be able to take all these damage nodes. And I do have a lot of physical scaling and minion damage scaling. So maybe if I invest enough over here, there'll be real damage as well. That would be cool. It would be very cool if they were real damage as well. Instead of like just being buffs, if they were also doing damage, that would be pretty cool. I have to get a few levels on them again. Stop it. Playing Shaman? I am. Totem build is... Totems in this game are significantly more satisfying. Okay. I did think about making a storm totem shaman instead of this thorn totem shaman, but I couldn't find a way to get an amount of storm totems that wasn't one for some reason. I was just like, I want at least like 5 or 6 totems to be a totem build. I don't want to be running around with a totem being like, I'm a totem build. Like that didn't feel right. No room, no room, no room. Try again. Okay. Let's see what there is to blow up. I will take this one over that one. Thanks. Unfortunately, I really need necrotic res. Is there a null thing? Removes a random affix. Okay, well, don't remove minion damage, and then you're fine. Hey. Nice. It did the thing. Yeah, I could get fire res, but I don't really need it. At least not currently. So what can we get for this? Make crepes. Oh, I fucking love crepes so much. Love them. Love them. Could try and seal the fire res and just get hybrid health. That would be really cool. How do you do that again? Nah, because that's... I don't think this piece is good enough for that. Boardman, are you with a raid? How you doing? Crepes are just tasteless pancakes that are too thin. You've never had a good crepe in your life. I don't think this piece is good enough to bother crafting more than that. I think I just slap it on, have my free minion damage, and go about my business. Good night, you. Pretty good. Pretty good. I keep looking at other builds that I want to play on launch that aren't this one, and then deciding I like nothing for League launch as much as I like just Thorn Totems. You may as well throw a 4th stat on there. I mean, I thought that too, but then I looked at the stats available and was just like, what? Like, put what on? There's nothing here I care about. Like, there's literally nothing. There is no other prefix that I give a shit about right now. So, just slapping something on for nothing. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. Too many of those.
Take care.
All right, let's test this out. I don't know if this is going to be any good at all, but two more points and we'll get one in there and one in there. I think I'm going to try and remove these and see if it actually lives. I doubt this is a good idea, but I want to test it. But I doubt this is a good idea. Since last time I want the things reset like in Path of Exile. Almost exactly. There'll be an eternal realm, so not like a reset or anything. Like there'll be a standard or an eternal realm or whatever it is they're calling it that I can't remember the name of, where everything that exists now will still exist and there'll be a fresh league. It'll be a completely fresh league. They're calling it a cycle, I think. They can keep calling it a cycle. I'm gonna keep calling it a league. I'm already a bit perturbed that some games have decided to call it a league and some games have decided to call it a season. That already bothers me. I can't add a third name to like the lexicon in my brain. I just don't have the brain power to handle it. So I'm just going to keep calling it a league. I really should watch some basic LE videos before I plan to play. You can if you want to. And if you're that kind of person, then you should. However, something I've been telling people that's very exciting because it doesn't happen very much nowadays. If you're interested, but you currently know nothing, it is actually perfectly viable in this game to start blind on the day of league launch, having looked at nothing. And you will still not only have a good time and be able to figure stuff out, but you will also not fuck yourself in the long run. You'll still be able to, if you hit a wall or you start struggling and you decide to look up stuff later on, it'll be very easy to respec into those things. The only thing you can't change is your, can't remember the terminology, but I'm just going to call it ascendancy. Like if you pick a shaman, you are a shaman. You can't respec that, but everything else you can respec. Mastery, that's the one. Also, melee is a trap in this game too, far more than PoE. I don't think that's true. Pretty sure melee does quite well. I don't think that's true at all. Do you know how much longer Affliction League and PoE will last? No. But I expect to get the announcement of the announcement next week. That is just a thing that I'm expecting, not a thing I've been told. So we'll at least have some ballpark of information next week, I think. So that guy did Forge Master. Apparently Forge Master's quite shit. Okay. I think this experiment is going to go poorly, by the way. Trying to make my Spriggans do real damage at the same time as being a totem build. I think it's a bad idea. I don't think it's going to work. But I want to test it, and I want to test it now, not during the actual league start. See, look at them. They're still pretty weak. They're still pretty weak. My guys, you are not doing damage. Okay, come over here. Also, I'm invisible. By the way, I don't exist. But it's better than that. I actually do exist, and I'm right there. I'm right there. And you can see me running anytime I move. But I'm just over there. Oh, that's one of the weirdest bugs I've ever seen in my life. There I am. Look, when I move, I run, but I just stand there. I don't actually come with me. I can see myself cast. When I cast a skill, I can see him. You're still being targeted, so it's a bug. Oh, it's just a visual bug. Like, I'm still moving, I still exist, I'm still getting hit where I should be. It's just a visual bug, but it's funny. Excuse me. What a pig. Uh-oh. I left the area and I'm still invisible. There we go. I'm human again. It was only my tree form that was invisible. I don't think there's any shred in this tree. There is not. Oh, I'm okay. I am re-visible again. Hmm. Whatever. You'll do. So we still get 2 more in here. Yeah, it's just, you can't armor shred. The scorpion can armor shred. Can't swipe while I'm a tree. Oh, leaves behind poison. So scorpion does have an armor shred. Can't use raptor, can't use saber-tooth. Can use bear. Could use a bear. Yeah, that percent chance to come and summon a claw totem only works when they get the kill. The totems are going to get the kill like 99% of the time. So you could get armor shred here and pierce so that it affects more mobs. More health and takes less damage. Even this doesn't necessarily look the best in the world, but we're not really competing the best in the world. We're looking for anything even remotely useful. There's just no 5th skill that's any good here. Like, I'm not going to fall into the trap of the people using Storm Totem. Because I think that's just bad. Into a bamboo tree. You'd think the wolf would give shred too? Yeah. Doesn't though. Oh, you game spells this. Ooh. Maelstrom's base cold damage is converted to physical. Coincidentally, this damage scales with its physical, but not with cold. Chill is converted and no longer freeze, but Maelstrom grants increased physical damage. Global increased physical damage per Maelstrom stack. Global increased physical damage. So my thorns will do more physical damage if they're in the Maelstrom. How do we get... How do we get it to proc automatically? Chance to cast Maelstrom when hit, 5% per point. 30%? I don't know if that's worth the investment. It's a lot of investment. Maelstrom not bad though. Because you could take this path, right? Change it to physical. You're obviously going to do that. You'd even get increased chance to stun enemies if you wanted. But also, more importantly, you could also come over here and get some heal for you and allies in the area. So you just have like an AoE heal around you that also increases their damage taken. 30% chance when hit. Probably a little bit more from charms. I don't think we would use any gear. It's certainly an option. But what's it comparing with right now? Right now on hit, I have a 40% chance on hit. I have a 40% chance on hit to cast Ice Thorns, which then leaves a 2-second duration 180 flat armor buff on me, with a 10% chance to cast it again when it's finished, because I have nothing else to do with that last point. $180 flat armor before any of my multipliers, which there are very few of anyway, is probably only about 250 armor total. Which is not bad. I mean, I only have 2.7k. 2.5 rather. That'll bring me to 2.7. Like, it's also not the worst. It's just that there's a few options and they're all like not the worst thing in the world, but also not fucking great either. Not fantastic. There's no like fifth skill that I'm like excited about. Right? There's no fifth skill where I'm like, fuck yeah, that skill, that'll be amazing. There's just only 4 skills. You played with the Maelstrom? I haven't played with any of these things yet. Maelstrom, Ice Thorns, Summon Bear are all okay options. Thorn Totem is the default that like everyone's using, but it's, I think, an actual bad option. I don't think it's an actual good option at all. I think Thorn Totem is a trap. That one is extremely underwhelming. Well, it's just that these 4 skills I'm really happy to have. Like I'm using all of these, they're synergistic, they're nice, they all work together, they're great. And then there's just no 5th skill that like screams, use me. There just like isn't one. Not a single one of those is shaman. True. In fact, the only reason that I am a shaman at all is because of this passive bonus. That passive bonus is better than these 2. And I don't really need anything in the back half of any 3 of these trees. Like the back half of all 3 of these are pretty underwhelming overall. There's some useful stuff, but not like nothing super important. So the only reason I'm a shaman is for the passive bonus. Obviously I can't use Raptor. Choose your mastery. Just give me some stats, thanks. Kinda though. The thing is, the build is really good, right? Like the build feels really good to play. It's really good. It's league start, not just viable, but like quite strong for league start. Even using only 4 skills. I just wish there was something for my 5th skill where I was like, yeah, that. Right? Like I just I just want like a, yeah, that. Like my fifth skill is just a nothing card. Can I make Warcry proc automatically? Somehow? No. No. And on melee hit, I don't do any melee hits. I'm a tree. I can't make them proc automatically. There's nothing like in one of these other forms if I was like a druid that works outside of the form, is there? Why are there some stats bleeding over 100%, like chance to stun or bleed, chance 200%? Oh, so that works differently than what you're used to in PoE. So bleed, ignite, poison, whatever. If I have 250% chance to bleed, then I will put on 2 stacks of bleed every hit with a 50% chance for a 3rd one. If I have a 500% chance to bleed, I will put on 5 stacks of bleed per hit. And same for ignite, everything else, like all of those things, they work like that. That's the base in this game. So if you build a poison build with, you know, 1000% chance to poison, you've got 10 stacks of poison per hit. Yeah, I'm struggling to find anything I care about. I think these are going to be my skills unless a new one gets added. However, the most sad part is even after speccing into damage, it does look like my dudes who aren't totems still do absolute trash tier damage. Look at him go. They just don't. They just can't do anything. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected them to be like good damage because I only put like, you know, 60 or so % of the investment into them that I would, but they're not even showing me the potential to do damage. They're not even showing me the potential. Like, they're not making me go, oh, that might work. What can I do to put more investment into them? They're making me go, these guys are shit. They don't do any damage. Fuck them. That's what they're doing. Also, they died, by the way. Both of them died. They're gone now. Ice Thorns is getting removed in 1.0 and replaced with a new skill, so you're still at 4. Fuck! but that was, I think that's my best option right now. Maybe whatever the new skill is will be useful. Maybe whatever the new skill is will be useful, right? Just use whatever the new skill is, regardless of what it does. I think you need to just get the wolf to do so you can keep making the "can I pet that dog" jokes. Can I pet that dog? Okay, out you come, buddy. All the way out. Yo, why do I have to keep saying okay every single goddamn time? Okay, there we go. Can I pet that dog? So I do really like this. Oh, which I can't afford to put points on. I really like this, but I also think there's really only a point in having like 1 point in it. So I think we're gonna do that because the 1 point in it was very much worth it. It's worth all 3 points to make that happen. And then we just go into tank, keep me alive for the rest of the skills that he gets. Currently, I'm in the additional Spriggan, and it does feel like that's worth it. I don't know what else I would take here anyway, to be honest. Like, I'm not doing this shit. Fine. No, thank you. The fuck is a veiled spirit? It's a veiled spirit which orbits you and orbits you for a short time. During this time, you automatically shoot nearby enemies with spirit thorns from the vet. Gross. Pass. Yeah. So I'm good with this. I'm good with that tree. Spriggan's gonna get 12, so it's got 12 plus 2, so it's gonna get 10 more. So it's gonna be 1, 2. Probably just 5 in there. And 3 more in here. So there'll be 4 points in there, 3 in there. I don't think I need this one. No. Just to keep them tanky. This blessing thing is fantastic. I don't think I need to change a single point of this. This thing's insane. I love the auto healing. Estra's blessing automatically targets the lowest health ally in range, but costs more mana. This thing's great. It'll be especially better when I'm in a party. It'll just be like every time it procs, it'll just be automatically targeting the lowest health person. To be honest, it's not the world's biggest heal, but it's still good. Like, it still arrives a few hundred health to whoever's the lowest. That's fine. So I'm happy with all of these. Now, what would I do if I got more points? Because I can definitely get 3 more levels in Thorn Totems eventually. Whoop. Excuse me. What would I do with the extra points? Could be the difference between life and death in certain scenarios. Doesn't completely suck. The important part is that it's automated. I've automated it. It'll just happen. Right? That's, to me, that's the important part. I can definitely get this to 26 though. Armor shred is pretty big. You are thinking about a proc all things Warlock. I have been considering Warlock, yes. For the put down that giant fisher that just like automatically does fucking everything and becomes another 1 button playstyle. Yes, I am also heavily considering that one. Just had a random identify badge of the brother on the floor. Nice. think if I got 3 extra levels, I would probably just put 2 of them in armor shred and 1 of them in another pierce. I would like another pierce still. 2 pierce is certainly a lot better than 1, but I don't think it's enough to the point where you wouldn't take an extra one. I think I would still take a 3rd pierce, but then I would just put more in armor shred probably. There are so many versions of this build out that have either 0 or only 1 pierce, by the way. And I think that's troll as fuck. I could also see this poison explode version of the totem build being pretty good, but I think it interests me less. Alright, okay. I'm overall very happy with what I've decided to do with all 4 of these skills. Who the fuck knows what I'm going to put in this 5th skill if Ice Thorns is gone. I think that Ice Thorns is the most useful 5th skill right now, so I'm a little bit weirded out that that's the thing getting replaced, but hopefully the new thing is cool. Only like a little bit weirded out though, because it's barely even useful. The Maelstrom autocast things, like, they exist, but it's like a lot of it is a lot of investment from my passive points, which are pretty important, or a weapon base, which I definitely can't afford to use because we're going to be using this +1 all minion skills base for sure, because that's this and this and this, which are like our 3 main things. And then you can definitely get some on charms. I'm pretty sure you can get some on charms. There's definitely an option. I think the opportunity cost of getting Maelstrom up is a little too high. Let's see if we can annul. Ah, do you even bother? I'd have to craft 2 things back onto it again. Health and poison res. It's only got 20. Never mind.
Yes. Take care.
Oh, so this is a maelstrom? No, I'm good. I'm good. The armor shred my totems currently give does sit most mobs around 30, like between 20 and 30 on the stacks of armor shred. I don't think that that's very high. I think I would like that to be like 50 or more. I mean, I guess the of more part's pretty obvious. You always want the most amount. But oh, whoops. That's my bad. Oh! Huh. I still had life then, I swear. I swear I still had life then. Try again. Try again, but this time be less shit. Just a visual bug. Like I saw it hit me and then I was like, oh, I lived, cool. And then a death screen came up and I was like, but I've still got like 60 lives. What is this? Nonsense. It cheated. Monster cheated. Ooh. Okay, what do you got?
Supposed to be unstoppable.
Sure. That'll do. So much better than Pee-wee's endgame fights. I can actually see shit. Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to know the fight ahead of time before you ever fight it. You can just go fight a thing and then see the things that happen and be like, oh, probably don't stand in that. and it works. Which is very cool. I don't even care about you though. We're gonna head over here where my belt is. Well, I mean the belt could be anywhere, but we're still gonna head over here where the belt is. That's the biggest thing I heard about Pee-wee. Can't see shit. End up dead. Oh. One day they'll eventually cave and give us a particle slider. And that'll help a lot. One day. One day we'll get a particle slider. To remove particles one at a time. Like I very much like particle sliders. funnily enough, I do not like particle sliders that go down to 0. I should not be able to, and I shouldn't want to make all my abilities invisible. But particle slider doesn't mean it's not fucking bullion. It's not spell on, spell off. It's, man, I'd like to get rid of like 70% of the particles in everything that I do, so that I can see the things that the enemies are doing better. That's the way I want to use it. Morning.
Yes.
How's build performing? Pretty damn good, actually. The longer I play it, the more I think it might actually be my big start build. I'm very much enjoying it.
Take care.
Ooh. More grey, got it. I am Groot. Dum, dum, dum. Right, next. Do I go for a tiny bit more health or a tiny bit more armor, or do I just double the amount of heal that the ensnaring root does for the last point? I think I just double the heal. I think this is how I'm gonna have it set. So for just a few points, now cast Ensnaring Roots in waves that roots all of the enemies. Instead of aiming it at the enemy, it aims it at me whenever there are mobs near me. There's 2 of them. They each heal for 400, as well as root everything for 1.5 seconds. As a way to not die. On top of all my flat spell damage, base crit, and crit avoidance. And then these nodes just to keep them alive. 4 in each of them. I'd probably have 4 in here and just 2 in here if I didn't have the +2. So 30% life instead of 60% life is fine. Man, do we know at all what that one shaman ability is going to be replaced with? I don't think so. Right. I'll be back in just a moment. No? Okay. Alright. I'll be back in a sec. Are you full crit avoid or reduce crit damage? I would like to be full crit avoid, but I am not yet. I am 88% crit avoid. You don't really want to bother with reduced crit damage taken on this build purely because the Spriggan itself gives you this, which you were going to take regardless. Even if it didn't have the crit avoid line, you're still going to take it for plus 8% base crit chance. And so that gives me 72% chance to avoid crits. So I'm not actually full crit avoid right now, but the build would be. I'll be back in a sec. All right. That was quite a trip. This is a good unique, really. And no listen to you. What other builds could be this simple to run? What are my other league start options that I can play right now? Warpath? I don't think Warpath is very good right now. I'd be very tempted to play the Smite Hammer Paladin thing, because I think that's really, really cool. But Ildris is already going to be paying a Paladin, and so I don't really want to make a Paladin. Devouring Orb Dot is pretty solid. Oh, okay. Nice. What about that?
Two $10 shirts.
Okay, cool. Yep, sure.
Might be good.
Just leave them on my bed. I'll have a look later.
Yeah.
Tried a fresh one to 80. Also did a showcase with no uniques at 400 corruption. Absolutely blasting. Okay. How the fuck could you possibly have done a 400 showcase at level 80? You're like level 80 by the time you unlock level 100 stuff. No, two different. Oh, right. So like you respec a character that was already progressed to see how it would do in 400, and then also separately with the same build ran a 1 to 100, run a 1 to 80 just to like see how that would feel. Right. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Okay. I was just like for a second that I was like, yo, what the fuck am I doing wrong in progression if I'm that far behind? I was like, I'm doing something wrong. Fire, Flame Burst, Smite, Warpath. Huh. You guys can't hear this right now, but I'm just looking at the gameplay. Got any mapping? Yeah. Doesn't look bad. Cool to drop with either of us. I mean, we both got a mirror. A dual Hunakari's lock is not as cool as a mirror. I just stack as many mods as humanly possible. I tend to not look at like what tier or modifiers people are running when they do things like this. I tend to look at gameplay. How does it look? It definitely looks pretty cool. The mods do matter when it comes to the build performance. Sure. But like when you don't know what you're looking at anyway. That one looks pretty cool. That one looks pretty cool. I don't know if I want to be playing, hang on. Come on, buddy. Load. Load. Oh, I don't even have one. I don't know if I want to be playing a, Sentinel at all. Because I know Ildris is already going to be playing like a support style paladin. And I'll bet a lot of the things that I would use, like he's already going to give me anyway. Although Devouring Orb was one of the coolest skills I'd ever played. I do remember playing that and thinking it was very cool. Because when I play, oh no, it looks pretty good. The Warlock looks the fucking coolest though. I kind of want to play the Warlock. The Warlock looks so fucking cool. That Chaos Bolt one looked incredibly fun. The one that automatically casts it with the Fisher, that looked great. That looked great. Then you have to be playing with your feet. Yeah. I don't know. For all we know, they rebalance all the unique drop rates and make them all significantly rarer than we're used to. I don't know if that's happening. We asked and that's definitely not happening. But with the COF buffs, but that basically means like day one I'm gonna have every unique I need or want, and then it'll be just a question of farming more of them to get good legendary potential ones. I'm gonna need such a stricter filter than I'm used to running. That sounds great. You can hard to get good LP ones. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. The other thing that always tempted me was running an entire Aura of Decay build. Like literally just being a Reaper form Aura of Decay thing. Just, I'm a Reaper with an AoE Chaos-ish Righteous Fire style thing, but that never worked back in my day. I don't know if it works now or not, but it never worked. Don't do that, you'll do less damage than basic attack. Okay, so it still doesn't work. Unfortunate. Yeah, I remember listening to the stream the other day and it was brought up that basically set items are worthless overall because they can't get the will or the legendary potential. And I remember his reply being something along the lines of, I might not be nailing this, something along the lines of, we have some interesting plans for them, but they're not getting legendary potential and it's not going to make it into 1.0. So probably on launch, most of your set items still complete garbage. We're probably not going to use any of them, or at least for the most part. There might be exceptions here and there, like one individual set, or maybe even just one item out of a set that's useful here and there, but overall that's not getting fixed. But they have different plans for it, is my understanding. I am a little bit curious as to why they don't just let me put LP on them. Arcs, thank you very much for the 2-month resub. They said they're afraid of the D3 set shenanigans. That's fair. That's a good thing to be afraid of, to be honest. Do you think I can kill King on the RF Chieftain? Yeah, I was. I mean, it's not the quickest thing in the world, but it's very safe. It's not the quickest thing in the world, but it'll do. Which one's the one that had like hungering something was a skill? It was like a green looking fireball thing except with 100 projectiles. It might have been more like 10 than 100. Thought that was in here somewhere, but I don't see it. Hungering soul? Don't see it.
I am the acolyte.
Instead of looking up builds, I just picked the skill that I thought was cool. I'm just gonna play and see what happens. Where is it? I don't see hungering. Oh, here it is. Yeah, that one. That's the one. I want to use that. I don't know how, but I want to use it.
He wishes to destroy us and steal Eterra's legacy.
Oh, that might have been a little too much to group up at once. My bad. Maybe at level 1 you don't or whatever level this is, maybe you don't group up literally everything. You see the squirrel build I have, it's kind of cool. It requires that unique helmet to even function, and that unique helmet was, at least at the time I was playing, was one of the more rare helmets in existence. I don't know if like it was like a It was like a thing you had to like work for. Otherwise you played wolves. Yeah. So I really liked squirrels. I didn't really love wolves. So if I was going to make a squirrel build, I would only do it when I already had the helmet. The hell is by ascension runes? Yes. I think that there's a chance that people are not quite realizing how not super common ascension runes actually are when you're in like a league start scenario. Or I'm stupid, but my other character's level 85 and I have found one so far.
When you like, are you name? Come, let me watch you fight.
That is the chest in the Echo is where mine came from.
Smoke.
You getting enough chests inside the monoliths? I mean, I swear I'm getting like... I mean, I guess I wasn't like hard prioritizing them, but I mean, they show up on the minimap, so I've definitely been opening them. I'm probably skipping them when they're in the wrong direction. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that. I guess.
Where'd you learn to fight?
Primalist leveling put me to sleep. I'm glad I tried it out now instead of on release. Which one was Primalist? Wait, isn't Primalist the one I played? It was fine. It was fine to level for me. Although I guess I've leveled as a totem build, expecting to play a totem build. Which is exactly the kind of build that some people would look at and go, that's fucking boring. And the echoes in the same amount of time. Fair. Fair, I probably need to be objective rushing more. Like, I wasn't full clearing, but I also wasn't just like speeding. Yeah, I wouldn't like totems either. Yeah, totems is something people find very boring. The thing is, the swarm blade stuff, real fun. You'll love that once you get to it.
Speaking of, I must head there now. Feel free to look around.
I wish that I could change how these things look. This little cross, it's so hard to even tell. Like, I wish the items were grayed out because I was too low level or not the right class. Takes me so much longer to look at this shit because of it. Sure. More movement speed you'll do. Whatever. More movement speed, go.
Both not you could they do the one of two. There should be.
Let's see if I can do that thing for a third time in a row where I get both quest rewards. I've done it twice in a row now. Let's see if I can do it again. Auto bombing a thing in this game, and if so, is it good? My understanding is there is an auto bomber build, and it is pretty good. I haven't actually played it. But there are also a few like single button builds, like don't pay attention very much. There's only one button. There's a few of those as well, which are also pretty good. Not quite auto bomber, but close enough. Sure. Whatever. Tell you what, at level, like whatever level this is, Acolyte's a bit fucking weak compared to the other skills I've played. Just at this level. Not that level 5 really matters. I don't know how many I don't know how many of the little clips everybody here has seen of how different the game looks in 1.0, but I was watching some of them this morning before I could be bothered to get out of bed, and I was like, that's a lot of graphic improvements. Like a lot of graphic it looks significantly better. Huh? Which, like, I feel like they've already done a lot of graphic improvements. I wasn't expecting it to get much better. But it has. Shoot all the bombers. Man, Warlock looks so good. I'm real tempted to start Warlock instead of my tree build. Real tempted. Just gonna YOLO Warlock with some crazy build enabling ones in there. YOLOing Warlock is probably a good play. I honestly, in most games, my default suggestion is like, oh, never league start the new thing. Whatever the new thing is, it'll be like bugged or might be shit or like you don't know. But I think that's like I want to call it a PoE trauma response. I don't think that's appropriate here. Like I think you're probably actually safe. Right? Pulls for 5 hungering souls to seek out enemies that hit, deal necrotic damage, and then possess the target. Possessed enemies take necrotic damage over time for 1.5 seconds. Enemies can be possessed by multiple souls at once. Good. Additional proj, more damage. Hit damage. Yeah, we'll just go this way. Okay. Now I have the ability. Now I have the ability. Yeah, that's the way. This is way back earlier when I was playing. This was one of the skills where I was like, fuck yeah. It's basically Soul Rend. It's basically Soul Rend with like the ability to poison, damage over time, necrotic damage, like sort of auto homing things. Except it can stack, and if you cast it like the right different distance, you can hit with multiple projectiles as well. It's just like already cool. Doesn't resist whenever you kill an enemy. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. You watched Falconer reveal today? I did. It looks really, really good. Really, really good. actually.
This way. You're here for death. Let's have a drink. Tread carefully.
This might be one of the cooler skills for me personally in the game. This hungering soul thing. This is like right up my alley.
Not here. It isn't safe. Let's it up. Well, tell you what. Let's get out of here first, and then I'll explain more. These peace talks are hardly worth it if you don't know why Orion is after us.
Souls have a chance to poison enemies is pretty cool. Chance for extra projectiles is pretty cool. Souls deal more damage if you have at least one proj. Multiple good damage for each minion you have. Souls are significantly larger, deal more hit damage, but only one is created with each cast. No, that's not me. I think my the old dude here could carry this whole place on his own. If you didn't cast anything, I think he'd still clear at like an okay pace. Let's have a look. Sure, whatever. Sure, whatever. Sure, whatever. In you go. Will do. We'll take that just for the cast speed. Sure. Done.
I'm sure you have questions, but let me first check and make sure the Epoch's safe.
I got some questions. How are you gonna let a bird fly away with your entire body? How you gonna do that? Here he comes. Here he comes. Bye, bud. See ya. No, controller, why? Why you do this to me? There we go.
The Terror's blessing. Prayers be with you.
What happened? You stay safe, stay alive, and
More
bring
passives.
Balthus back.
Thank you. Just quickly give vendor all this crap. The bird fly off with him. I didn't let it happen. I was casting and everything. He didn't even try. You can only help those who help themselves. And he didn't even try to help himself. He just like stood there. Anything useful? Nope. I mean, I guess. Anything remotely useful? Sure. Anything else remotely useful? No. Not really. Nope. Okay, cool. Bye. Bye-bye. Oh, I'm sliding. Okay, so it's not a bug from just my character. I thought that might be a druid bug. It is not. It's an everything bug. You can come out sliding. I got a dot builds in in-game and let's play an expansion build. Dot builds seem to scale quite well, from what I've seen so far, but I'm certainly not an expert. But they do appear to have pretty decent scaling. Just in general. Obviously, everything's going to depend on the build. I feel like the biggest reason all these dot builds seem to scale well in this game when other games struggle with it is because it seems like every single dot can be stacked. It's not like, oh, one ignite. It's like, oh, well, get 300% ignite chance, get 3 stacks of ignite per hit, and then hit 45 times. And everything is fine. They just kind of threw out the whole oh, you have to have like only 1 stack of the dot on. Nah, throw it away. Get rid of that. Put many stacks. Still just like that about PoE. Me too. But if they let us put a bunch of dots on in PoE, we'd still have the dot cap problem, so it doesn't matter. Though I would be a big fan of dropping like everybody's total DPS to like 10% of what it is, and then all of the health to like 10% of what it is, and just have it feel exactly the same in game but use way smaller numbers. Have my in-game builds being like, I'm doing 600 DPS instead of I'm doing 8 million DPS, and I'd be okay with it. Anyone know where I can find a PoE filter that's just divines, mirrors, and winged scarabs? Make one. I'd leave exalts on too while you're there, because you need them to exalt your maps. Only this league, would that be a reasonable question? Blocks are also worth picking up. True. True. Calandra rings, probably leave those on. They're the only ring on the base. You don't have to look at anything. If it's a ring, it's 25 div. Is that? Where did that mod come from? Plus 10 fire spell damage, 25 cast fire aura when you kill with a fire skill. What the fuck? Those Warlock and Falconers coming out at 1.0. Yes. Yes. They'll be out in 2 weeks or whenever the launch is. But here's the bigger question. What the fuck do we do for the next 2 weeks, guys? Minecraft. Let me rephrase that. What do I do for the next 2 weeks that gets that keeps my total amount of sub points above the minimum threshold so that I can still receive the 30-70 split from Twitch instead of the 50-50 one? What's the minimum threshold? 300. Unfortunately, it's not directly this number because all of the gifted subs and all of the prime subs don't count.
I can still feel the when I present this to Riot. This power. He will finally understand. You're here for the Epoch. Reaching me was impressive, but it's mine. Co-member wing.
I believe you're gonna yoink a build. I don't remember what build. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
The Epoch is ours! Riot, end me!
Private league? Nah, just some like league start build ideas and shit. I think I feel familiar enough with Last Epoch. I'm probably gonna make 1 or 2 YouTube videos about it in the next few days, but I don't think I need to do too much more like actual playing practice. Like I'm re-familiarized with the basics.
Terra's blessing. Prayers be with you.
Nah. Additional poison resistance. Okay, so I want that. Bone golem. Where are you, buddy? Boom. Huge. Been close to is anyone's reader. Possible release plate. No. No, I haven't even looked at it, to be honest. To base physical damage converts to fire. That one's cool. What else you got? Freezing grasp. Okay. And you? Blood golem. There's a new Grim Dawn expansion later this year too. I need something now, right? We need something to tie us from here to last Epoch launch, right? Like that's what we're after. That's there's a little 2-week lull.
He's been quiet since he's been.
Lena, I'm so sorry to you too.
To be fair,
Is what's best for us all.
I could just MF some more. It was super fun. I'm absolutely not bored of MFing right now. Like, absolutely not. It was so fun. Is Armor Shred good for bleed too? I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, actually, I had this idea and I never actually put it into action. I never even plugged it into Path of Building to see if it would work. But I think that I can make a semi-decent blade vortex chieftain as a league start. That'll probably only do 2 or 3 million single target DPS, which is about 5 times what the current MF chieftains are doing. But be league start viable. And then give me all of the defenses that those MF chieftains have. And then just be like, lol, I exist. Oh, I have played that. It was really good. I quite liked it. I think the answer is we have to go back to PoE. PoE is where all of the filling out your daily sub goal stuff happens. I want to maintain that 70-30 split. They changed it to only needing 300 like of the base points, which I think we have like 290 something of right now. Cronus Rex, thank you for the gifted subs. There needs to be unique subs, not primes or gifts. Unfortunately, I don't know if primes count. They might. Gifts don't count. Though I still very much appreciate the gifted subs. For some reason, they only count unique actual subs when they talk about whether you get the 70-30 split, which is like the only time that that matters. But apparently it matters. Not only that, they don't actively display that stat to me anywhere. So I have to like go and manually work it out if I want to figure out exactly the number I'm at. It's just slightly annoying. I'm so confused with making a filter. I've never done my own. Are we talking about this game or are we talking about PoE? Subs actually can hurt then if people get gifted. Getting gifted intend to sub on their own. Technically speaking, yes. Technically speaking, yes. That's not really something I would be concerned about ever though. Even now. But like technically, yes. Stupid. Do you really? No. Yes, sir. Look, I don't mind the obscure rules. Just tell them to display me the goddamn stat that I actually need so I don't have to work it out manually every single goddamn time. Like, you wanna have like weird obscure stuff? Okay. Show me what the number though is though, please. Show me the number. You have to manually look through everything. And like, they've got the number, right? They have the number, because otherwise how would they know who to pay the 70% and who to pay 60 or 50 to? They've got the number, they just don't show it to me and I have to go work it out all the time. Like, what the fuck? What? Why? Like, you have the number. Ward on kill, ward decay threshold, meh. Hey, get off me. I'm trying to look at my stuff. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not 100% certain about exactly what counts and what doesn't. All I know is gifteds don't count for this particular stat. It's the threshold of like what it takes to get a 70-30 split. And I'm like right on the cusp where I'm like regularly over it and regularly under it as well. And you have to maintain above the threshold for like X amount of time to finally get the 70-30 split, which is basically a huge pay bump, right? Like it's not like getting the extra. It's not like, oh, I got an extra 10 subs, there's an extra 10 subs worth of money. No, it's also you get 10% more from all of the subs before that as well. And so I'm just sitting like right in the bracket where I like am sometimes above it and sometimes below it. And I'm like, I just need to go like just a little bit further, and then it's like a big pay bump. But that number that doesn't count gifted subs, and I'm not sure whether it counts crimes or not. I have to look into it again. It was on their news post, I just forgot. But that number isn't displayed anywhere. So you have to go look at your total amount of subs and then look at the number of gifted subs, which is displayed on a different screen, and then find the number of prime subs potentially as well, which is also displayed in a different place, and then do the math of your total minus those two to work out what you've actually got. It doesn't sound like this helps. No, it's one of the most frustrating things. To be fair, very recently they brought that threshold down. It was like 500 or 600 or something. It was a much higher number, and then I didn't care about it then because I was too far away. But now I'm like on the cusp of the new much lower number, which is great because it means I'll get there, right? Like I'm gonna be there, and it's a huge, yeah, it is like a 40% pay bump. But like now that I'm right on the cusp of it, it now fills me with anxiety to play any game that isn't PoE because I'm like flushing the ability to get that 40% pay bump down the toilet if I spend any more than a few days not playing PoE. You don't like, it's not like, oh, I went somewhere else so I lost 15 subs because I played a different game for a while. You're like, oh no, I dropped below the threshold, I lost 40% of my income. Ooh, right? It's not great. Totally huge. 50 to 70 is almost 40% of your revenue. So I think I'd have to check the exact numbers, but I think there's a 60-40 split as well as a 70-30 split. I think I'm into the 60-40 one now, although I haven't been paid that bracket yet because it's like pretty new. I think I'm into that one, so it's not a big jump 50 to 70. It's 50 to 60 and then 60 to 70. But I mean, 60 to 70 is still like a 20% pay bump, right? Like that's still a lot. Can you tell where your prime subs came from because they get nerfed pretty hard? No. I do believe I am about to lose a fairly decent chunk of money from the prime changes, but I'm not sure. You're paid in USD or AU? USD.
Try not to hurt yourself.
You can get paid in AU as an AU creator. I just choose to continue to be paid in USD. I don't know what to play in Ellie. I want a one button build. You can play the Void Auto Bomber, some sort of Warforge, the Thorn Totem build, or that new Warlock one that's coming out. Yeah, I choose to get paid in USD because a lot of the things that I pay for and a lot of the things that I do are USD based anyway. All I have to do here is basically pay my rent and power bill and internet, and all three of those come out of my IRL job for now, while I still have an IRL job. So I have just enough Australian money, just enough to live, barely, and then I keep all of the Twitch stuff in AUD, in USD, sorry. Keep all the Twitch stuff in USD. What do you do? IRL? Garbage. I drive a forklift. I do dispatch and receiving. Just like unload trucks and look after a storeroom in a metalwork shed.
Go on, I'll be right behind you.
Is living expensive in Australia? Yes, in general, but I live with my parents still. Still, or again? It feels like still, because it's been like nearly 6 years I've been back here now.
I see.
Elder Panion, Niled, I have received. Please, the gods have long left this world.
Hey there. Want to try your
Their
luck?
memory will give you comfort. Be safe.
You ever consider going back to print? I'd rather die.
These items might be your best bet.
I'll be homeless on the street before I go back to printing. What is expensive in Oz? Housing, utilities, and food? Food and housing mostly. Utilities are pretty reasonable by the rest of the world rates, and recreational activities and whatnot are pretty reasonable by like average rates and whatnot. It's mostly just like housing and food. They're the biggest issues. Knowles. Thank you very much to Prime. Yeah, I think I would rather beg on the street than go back to printing. I know that if I went back to printing tomorrow, I probably wouldn't be able to get as much as I was on before because I've been out of the industry for like 6 or 7 years. But I could probably get 150 a year, maybe. Start there. Within a year or two, I'll be back on 200. It'll be fine. But just when I was a printer for my entire life, I woke up every single day wishing I hadn't and questioning whether today was the day I would do something about that. And I thought that's how everybody lived. I just thought that was normal. That's how everybody feels about their work. And so I was rich, but fucking miserable. So miserable that most of my money went up my nose. And now I'm poor, but much, much happier. Can't afford to not live in my parents' house, but I'm having a much better time with life, just in general. So I can't go back to printing. It's not happening. I don't want to do it. It's printing. It's a trade. I was a what do you call it? Fuck, I'm losing track of my entire life. Large format offset printer is what I was. So huge printing machines. We would print stuff like you know, you do small things like business cards and letterheads, and large things like magazines and posters and all that sort of stuff for about 15 years. Everything you saw in EB Games, I personally printed. It was a company called Nelson that deal with all their graphic designs, and they were one of my clients for about 15 years. They followed me print shop to print shop. So that's an example. I did most things that went to the Sydney Art Gallery, all the things that they had. Like stamping shit on shirts. I mean, that's technically also printing, but that's screen printing usually. Usually that's screen printing, which is not something I do. The fuck, how old is you? How old do you think I am? A better question is, how old did you think I am before I told you that I'd had a client for 15 years? I also made up that number. It probably wasn't 15 years. I just guessed. Like, I didn't think being accurate about a time frame was that important, because time isn't real. Let me think about it for a minute. It's probably 11 years. No more than 34. I would have guessed 28 to 32. Same as Rex, 28 to 32-ish. I'm happy with that. That makes me feel pretty good. I think I'm 36. I think I'm 36. There's a small chance that I'm 35, but I'm pretty sure it's 36. You not know your birthday or you're bad at math? 87. I was born in 87. So however old that is. Need a month? November.
Feel my
36. See, I got it right. What are you all worried about? Told you I thought it was 36. This has been a whole year thinking she was a year older than she was. That sounds like me.
Stay safe.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think about my age really.
Please stop him.
I don't feel any more mature than I did at 22.
Late night. May find a treasure, my friend.
Oh, I failed. I failed to get my double quest reward. Abandon the character. Abandon the character. Trash gamer. There's a trick to it. You just got to really, really quickly
Feeling lucky?
walk away and hand in the quest at the same time so that it like fails to hand in the quest, and then it'll just drop the quest reward anyway. And then you can just hand it into the other dude and get both quest rewards. There's a sneaky little trick. I don't even want either of the quest rewards. I just like breaking it. I just like breaking it. That's what you did the first time. It kind of is though, because what happened is I walked up here, and then I was walking up here while spamming buttons, and it dropped on the floor without turning in the quest. Like when I first talked to him somehow. And I tried to do that a second time on my second character and it worked. And then I tried to do it then and it didn't work. So now I'm a little bit confused. So I'm not sure what exactly is causing it. If it's not, if it's not that. Oh, that's true. The first time I hadn't actually completed the quest, right? I just got the quest reward. Same deal. I was talking to and walking away from the vendor at the same time. But I hadn't actually finished the quest. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I don't know how to do it reliably, but I do know it can be done. I really love this thing, but I don't think it's great if you put it on at this level. I do really love it though.
Greetings.
Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, I don't know if this is great at this level.
do not dwell on
Yes.
regrets.
Although,
Follow your feet.
maybe it is. Running game feels a bit repetitive. Another master nightmare done to D4. Is it any better? Feels like before Runecaster came out a year ago, so look, it's definitely better, but there's also not really new stuff. They've just made the loop that we're doing less shit. So there's definitely more to do. Like it feels better than D4 now, but I wouldn't say that it feels like the best. Low bar? I mean, low bar, but I mean, like, what's the next step up? Really hard to imagine. It's certainly not more repetitive than D4. Not at all. There's definitely less stuff to do than in PoE. But, I mean, of course. Because how could there be the same amount as there is to do in PoE in a brand new game? Like, PoE is insane. Like PoE delved but in a map version. I mean, it's definitely significantly deeper than that. Let me put it another way. This game's actually ready for release. Like, this feels good. This feels like it is ready for release. It does not feel like they have rushed 1.0 official release happening. I'm not sure that D4's ready for release yet. It feels like they have the skeleton of a really good game that they haven't fleshed out yet. It's not ready for release. It feels like a beta game still. Is Warlock playable now on release? On release, not right now. It will be available on release. They ain't gonna spoil what's in them. I think I remember them saying that they would look into doing roadmaps again, and that the reason we didn't have a roadmap right now for what's in the future is because they didn't want to hype up future things that were far away, because that would take away from hype for 1.0 launching right the fuck now. Which I agree with. No reset the game outside. I hope so. It's weird. So reset, no, but also sort of yes. They'll be implementing basically a standard server or legacy server, depending on where you come from, right? But that idea. And so everything that already exists won't actually get wiped. It'll all just get sent to legacy, and as their leagues start, there will be like a new fresh game where everybody starts from zero. PB 3-month seasons. So I don't know if they have committed to 3-month seasons. Like I don't know about the specific time frame, but definitely seasons just like PoE, where everything is fresh, boom, economy reset, whatever new mechanics are in or whatever. Ta-da. The one thing that they have said for now that they're willing to change, but for now the plan is when there is new stuff being added to the game for like a league or whatever, so that new stuff will also go to standard at the same time though, so you're not actually forced to be in the economy reset. You will just get the new stuff. If you want to play on standard with your OP already geared out, fully juiced up character, and you just want to experience the new stuff, you'll be able to just jump in, play the new stuff with your character, or get involved in the season. For my part, I hope they at least slightly tweak that, because I would hate the idea that there's like, a new boss, this new endgame thing or whatever exists, and then somebody finishes it 6 minutes into the league on standard. But I overall really like the idea that they're not forcing you to make a new character every single season to do everything, and that you won't miss out if you don't have the playtime. So if it were up to me personally, I would like to tweak that slightly. I would like the league patch to hit standard league like 2 weeks later or something, just so that there's like that hype, race and exploration in the new league, because I think that's really cool, and it would be sad to not have that. But I am a fan of them like being like, you can play in standard, that's fine. It's not something I would ever do, but I get it, and I think it's cool. How good does the Warlock look? Really good, actually. Liking Ellie so far. I think it's fantastic. Huge fan. Interesting. I actively don't want to use potions. What do you mean by curse leveling? What is curse leveling? Is that through bone curse? The wandering spirits? I didn't even think they were good. They have such a big cooldown. I guess there's some cooldown. And more frequently. Wandering Spirits is now a channeled skill that has a much shorter cooldown and creates spirits much more frequently. Cooldown duration minus 90%. Aha. That does seem cool. You also have Plague Spirit as the other main leveling skill, or it was for me. Plague Spirit. Spirit Plague. Fills the target with a power. How long does it keep jumping for? Oh, I see. As long as it kills a mob within 3 seconds, it'll jump. That's pretty cool. I mean, I don't even have anything spec into it right now. It's pretty cool. Oh. You have a chance to spread plague spirit when you hit an affected enemy. Gain ward. Also get bleed for the same duration. Just generic increased damage. Was later into the game, but Warlock should fix that. Nice. Poison penetration. No, that seems pretty fucking cool. Increased duration per point as well. That's cool. Also infected with frailty. Yeah, okay, that does seem like it would be a pretty cool way to level. Like it just sort of eats through the whole pack. It's not like one big giant explosion. It's just like, and you're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. Almost like an essence drain. Like it just kills its way through the pack. That one's pretty cool. I don't mind that. Right, but there's practically nothing in these two trees that'll... Right. I see. Also, I'd like to mention that I'm already low life. I'm like level 12 or something. Lich form. Looks just so cool. Hydra Revenge of the ultimate form. Yeah. Unless, of course, you don't even actually need to be a Warlock to do what you want to do. Unless you just need Warlock to exist and to get access to the front half of this tree, but you could still be a Lich. Like, you might still be able to just be a Lich.
You seem a little. This is what is left of your time.
Okay, this is where this thing stops because it wants to be a Warlock and it can't. You know what? I might even just leave that on. Base passive is going to be really strong. Fair. That one wants to be a Warlock for testing purposes. Excuse me, what a pig. It's just going to be nothing for me quite as good as this Shaman. I mean, maybe that one button build Warlock, maybe, but Shaman. Right, I'll be back in just a second. Hey, Hulk.
Here's to another month and being 4 off the daily sub count.
Give it a 43-month resum. How you doing? Over here. Travel. Oh, inventory's full. The worst part. The worst part of all gaming is when your inventory is full. Okay, let me ask an interesting question. If there was a game like these, ARPGs, etc., and I want people to like really think about it for a minute before you answer. There was a game like this, but instead of having an inventory like this at all, you just had a stash tab of sorts that was in wherever your home base was or wherever you port out and whatnot, that just had a seemingly infinite amount of storage. Would it really take away from the feeling of loot if you could just map for 4 hours and then go look at 4 hours worth of loot in your own time? Would that really take away from what you were feeling at all? I don't think it would take away from me at all. I think I'd be pretty happy with just the ability to map for several hours and then look at my upgrades and look at what I've got drop and do all that at the end. The blue filters you shouldn't need to sort that much. That wasn't even remotely related to the question. To be amazable. So I'm not talking about it being auto pickup or straight into the stash or anything. I'm still talking about items that drop on the floor. I guess what's another way to explain it? Is having a limited inventory space actually a useful thing? Like, why can't I just map for 4 straight hours and then look at my loot whenever I feel like it? Like, I'm not even talking about this specific game at all, or any specific game. I'm just meaning in general, in the style of games. Is there a positive feeling as a player from having a limited inventory space? Has there ever been a time where you're like, oof, I'm glad I have to make these decisions, or I'm glad my inventory is full, or anything like that? Has that ever happened to anyone? Or is this just a thing that's always been like this? So we just assume that this is how it is. Because to me, it feels like it's just always been like that. I'm not talking about anything dropping differently. I'm just talking about your inventory. Why does it have to be a limited amount of space? Why do I have to vendor and sort out my stash tab every X amount of maps? Why can't I just go about my business until I feel like it and then look? Limited inventory is a way of forcing player choice. So it used to be.
Yes.
But nowadays, be it Diablo or this game or PoE or anything like that, you don't fill up your inventory in one map. You don't fill up your inventory in one portal most of the time. Some small exceptions this league. But in general, you don't even fill up your entire inventory in a single map or portal. So we're not really choosing anything. In fact, the choice is taken away from us. The choice of when do I want to stop and look at my gear. How would you load everyone's inventory on this server though? You fucking don't. You just load your own inventory. So after X amount of maps than it is to. Right, but you would be able to do that. Like if we gave you unlimited inventory space, you could stop whenever you wanted to. If I want to map for 8 hours and then do a big 1 hour session of looking at my loot, I can. And if you want to run 4 maps and then look at your loot and then 4 maps and then look at your loot, you could. From other machines out of memory. No. Okay. All right. Listen. Fucking. Never mind. Swear to God. Supposed to be a thought experiment. I'm not looking for people to tell me technical reasons why it can't exist or why it isn't done now. I'm saying as a person playing the video game, is there any positive outcome from my inventory getting full. Has that ever been like a, yay, my inventory's full, how fun? Because for me personally, every single time my inventory is full in any game, my reaction is, for fuck's sake. I just thought that I wouldn't want to spend hours sorting out my stash. If there were a deposit all button in my bank, that's what I would do in any game like this. I would walk straight to my stash, hit deposit all, and then go back into a map, and I would do that over and over again for the entire day, and then I would sort my loot once at the end of the day, see what I got. That is absolutely how I would do it, and how I would prefer to do it. That doesn't mean that I'm not the weirdo. I could be the weirdo. Maybe everybody loves their inventory getting full. Maybe maybe it's just me that's like, fuck that, I don't want to look at loot right now, I want to kill monsters. Are you planning to run the... I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Is the dungeon from the temporal sanctum. Oh, so I haven't run any of those dungeons yet, and I don't really know what you run them for. I know that like one of them is to slam the legendary potential on things. I don't know which one. I forget what the other one is for. I haven't run any of them yet. Still playing Cold Up Weber soon. Jesus. Each stack of Maelstrom grants 3 ward per second. Ward retention. A 6 second, 170 87 flat, +2 to cold, 340. Jesus. That's a lot of damage. I did very much enjoy Maelstrom web air thingy. I very much enjoyed that when I played it. I think potentially at least as much as the I want to call it switchblade form, but that's not the right word. The one where you become a bug. Switchblade's the little spinny knife thing that people go with. Swarm blade, that's the one. Swarm blade. The bear version was probably just as fun as the swarm blade build. Spinny blade is the butterfly knife. The switchblade is the knife that retracts into the handle. Isn't that a Stanley knife? I'm just... You're right. Now that you mention it, that does ring more of a bell. That's an Australian slang term. Stanley knife? Box cutter. Stanley knife is, it's one of those, Australians have a really bad habit of calling things by the most common brand name for that product. The most common, most manufactured box cutters are Stanley knives. They're Stanleys. That's the brand. And we have a very bad habit of just calling everything that's a box cutter a Stanley knife or other things like that. Yes, I would like the totem damage one. Americans do that too, I think UK as well. wonder how many people would know what a Breville is. I don't even know if that's a whole of Australia thing or a Queensland thing or just a me and my family thing. I said I was going to make you a Breville. Would everybody know what that was? Hey, all right. Sweet. Everybody does know what that is. All right, cool. Not me, no idea. It's a toasted sandwich, but it's a specific kind of toasted sandwich. Well, not kind. It's a toasted sandwich where the edges are sealed, basically. And it's made in this, like, it's just a toasted sandwich with, like, that's all it is. It's just that the Breville maker, which is why everybody calls it a Breville, is because the Breville is the brand of the, like, sandwich press that you use to make the toasted sandwich, and that has like it seals around the outside. Quite often what you get is really, really nice toasted bread with molten fucking lava cheese in the middle. You have to like crack the sandwich open and be like, calm the fuck down before you eat it or you'll burn yourself. Damn it. Come on. Bit like a Hoover. We often call it that as the brand as a vacuum cleaner. I did know that Hoover was just vacuum cleaner, but I don't think I've ever heard anyone here call it a Hoover. Oh, Marcel Morse or Mouse? Marcel. Thank you very much for 20 gifted subs. Fucking why? That's random, but okay. That's why I asked how much they are. Because you can just buy one. I'm going back to PoE tomorrow. I'm going to do more MFing. I need my man. I can't give up my mage fluff. What build am I looking at? It's a Shaman Thorn Totem build. It can also be done as a Druid. So really just a thorn totem build. It is what I can find, at least with what's currently available, probably the laziest build that you could possibly play. Like, I don't really have to pay any attention. I don't have to aim. I'm decently tanky, with pretty good single target DPS and really good clear, and full league startable. Great. Hi, is there gold sharing between players in 1.0? I don't think so. Those words I wanted to hear. League start. Yep. I started going off the max roll guide, but didn't quite suit me. So I've made some changes. We've done a bunch of testing and made a few changes that I feel like make it better. I'll probably be making my own video on it as soon as we get patch notes. The second we get patch notes, actually. Doesn't seem is what's coming out in just an update. It's the launch. Siberian, it's finally ready to launch. It is the actual launch, and the 2 remaining classes that don't exist will be coming with it. Please do. If I can be lazy and copy you, I'd rather do that too. Oh, well, good news for being lazy and copying me. I will also have a generic loot filter ready to share with everybody. And when I say a generic loot filter, it's going to be more work here to use loot filter than it is in PoE. You can't just directly copy mine, but what I can do is I can write a generic one for day 1, and I can write you all of the structure that you need to set up your own loot filter and have that already done in the base, so that all you have to do is be like, okay, I need to get stricter relics now, so I'm going to turn off the generic relics and turn on the specific relics I want, and then you'll just have to go and select the affixes that you're after on your own relics, and then that'll be it, instead of writing an entire one from scratch. Because when you write one from scratch yourself, you just start with this empty. No, you can absolutely share them. I'll have one to share. It's just that there's no such thing as like a generic filter that I can hand everyone that works for every class. You will very quickly have too much loot on the floor if you're doing that. So you will have to customize your own filter. Now, there are like third-party websites that will do it for you, right? You can plug it into the LE planner and have it just shoot you out a filter. But from what I've seen, I'm not very happy with them. I don't think that that is the way people should go. And so I think a better way to do it would be to set up a base filter that I can do for everybody else. Set up a base filter with the entire structure of the filter already there. And so instead of having to write all the rules and select everything and remember all of the things, I can do all of that. And then you can just log in and be like, okay, well, these are the things I want on my relic. These are the things I'm after on my rings. These are the things I'm after on my stuff. And as you get stricter, you'll just be able to be like, generic relics off, only my good relics now. And that's it. I think that'll save people a lot of work. So I'm going to do that. to do this. There we go. Was this ascendancy? So technically I'm a shaman. That's so fucking unimportant. There's nothing in shaman I care about. Let me just have a quick look so I can show you what I mean. So the skills I'm using are Spriggan form and summon Spriggan, which come from the druid tree. Nothing from here, nothing from here, then Etra's blessing from here, and then that's pretty much it, to be honest. That's pretty much it. I've really only got 4 skills. I'm currently using this 5th skill, but it barely does anything at all, and also is getting removed in the 1.0 patch. So I have no idea what the 5th skill is going to be. I really don't need one, to be honest. So we're not using anything from any further in the ascendancies than all the lock points. And I'm not using the class ability, Storm Totem, either. Some versions of this build do use Storm Totem. I am convinced that that's a trap and you shouldn't be. You're actually doing less damage. You should stop using that. So also, like, there's some points here. These are good points, right? This is okay. And there's like 1 point down here I can stop my totems from being stunned. But like over here, there's also some good points in the back here that I could have taken. So really, the only reason that I was able to make any decision at all is just the passive bonuses. The passive bonus here is 20% more health, or 20% increased health. And the passive bonus here is -5 totem cost. That's okay, but not important. Plus 10 attunement. That's really good. That's 40% damage. I like that. And 50% elite res, which applies to all 3 elements, which is 150 resistance. In this game, your life is on the suffixes as well as your resistances are in your suffixes. So freeing up 150 res, really good early game to get your res capped, and then also really good late game because you get suffixes free. So that's pretty much it. That's the only reason that you pick it. That's it. That's all Shaman gives. We don't really care about the back here compared to the back here. They would both be good. We don't need any of these skills. We don't need any of these skills. We actively use these ones. Shaman is the most fucking underwhelming ascendancy I've ever seen. But the build comes together without any of it. So we're just using the passives that you get for being a shaman. That's it. Build's real good though. I know there are some minor changes coming to Shaman, which is why I'm waiting for the patch notes before making a video on it, because I will make a planner, get that updated and everything for the patch note, and put the video out on what I plan to do. But because we're really not even using our 5th skill and the build goes great, if the new skill or one of the new skills, I don't know if there's more than one, for the Shaman look great and fit into our build, great, huge buff. If it's useless to us, we also don't care because the 5th skill was fucking irrelevant anyway. As a tank of the build, HP seems kind of low. That's probably on me and not the character. I'm still pretty damn new. I haven't really stopped to recraft any of my gear. I haven't really made any improvements. Let's have a look over our gear real quick. A 41 flat life on this, and that's it. I don't even have life here. I've got some spell damage. I got a fucking blue weapon that has the 2 stats I care about the most. I got this thing, which is probably staple to the build. I'll probably keep that forever, to be honest. It's really good. It gives me the teleport. At least when I'm using a mouse, it's pretty fucking useless with a controller, to be honest. So maybe I won't keep it. There's this thing, which I just put on for movement speed. I really don't need it, to be honest. It's just there because it's 15% movement speed ring. I could replace it with a real ring later on. This thing I didn't put any life on either. This thing's got 100 flat life. It's not even the boots I'd want. I probably shouldn't be wearing it anymore. This thing's got 66 flat life. That's it. Everything in here is also trash. There's a few little flat life ones, but otherwise it's mostly garbage. All of my gear is trash. That's why it looks bad. Like everything I'm wearing is trash. I haven't stopped to do any upgrades. And I'm in the level 100 monoliths on my league start gear with shit I picked up off the ground. Like, I Which guy just tells me movement speed implicit 7 league steps are mandatory for leveling now. I mean, he's right. As are mage blood flasks. Gonna play this build on release? Probably. Oh, they're free. I see. Yeah. Yeah. Because nothing. Everything's free this league. Like, everything is either free or 400 divines. Like, those are the only options right now. It's either free or 400 div plus. Those are the only options. As soon as I can get into the uni I wanted, being on the fact that my qualifications are vocational. I mean, there's a chance that the mage blood flasks are sitting in my stash. I don't know. If no one's got them, maybe I've got them. If that's what you're looking for. They own the flasks? Okay, cool. So I'm just buying it. I've probably got it all. Takes me like 14 seconds to log in and find out. You gonna climb the squirrel helm on release or no? Nah. I'm probably gonna league start this build, and then my second build is probably gonna be a Warlock. And then my third build might be a Falconer. If I get to play a third build. Ugh! Stop it.
No room. No room. No room. No room. No room.
Oh, fuck off. There. Only feels like cheating all the time. True. I might also make a palette. I don't know. It depends. It really depends on how many days I actually get to play it. I've said this before. Stream doesn't get to control what games I play, but it does get to control what games I stop playing. If the views are good and people are showing up and I'm having a good time, great, we'll keep going. If I'm having a good time, I'm having lots of fun and nobody shows up, then I stop playing that game. Stream doesn't get to pick the game I play, but they do get to send me back to PoE by just not showing up. I'll be like, oh, and then I go back.
Yes.
This right here, I'm going to keep mentioning this in case anybody is either brand new or hasn't played in a while. Buy runes of shatterings from every vendor you open. Buy every rune of shattering from every vendor you open. This might be a little bit hard to do right at the beginning on day one while you're like progressing through the campaign. You might not be able to do that because they cost like a few thousand gold each, but pretty quickly you'll get to the point where this amount of gold is irrelevant. Keep buying them. Buy every single one you see. Buy every single one you see forever. You cannot have too many of these. You will run out. You will always run out. And if you find yourself with 400 or 500 of them, don't worry. Keep buying them. I promise you will use them all. So you will just buy every rune of shattering that you see. End of story. Obviously with some day one exception, right? Like day one progressing the campaign, maybe you can't afford to buy them, but otherwise keep buying them. Just start doing the notice and making you feel better, you won't need to buy them. Yeah, until you start making alts and then you'll be like, fuck, I need to buy more of them again. And by the time you're at that stage, the amount of gold they cost is irrelevant, so you might as well just keep buying them the whole time. I'll be honest, I'd probably stop buying them from every vendor if I had about 1,000. If I had 1,000 of them on me, I'd be like, that's enough. Do we know how the trading is going to work? We absolutely do. Exclamation mark Ellie Guilds, I think. There's a whole post on it. It's all fully explained. It's actually super interesting and you should read through it. this. Biggest thing is making your filter stricter so you're only shadowing high priority affixes. I agree, but I would also like to posit to you that all affixes are temporarily high priority affixes when you start a fresh league and you don't have any crafting mats or any shards or anything. Like anything usable is a high priority affix right on day one. Because you can't craft without them. I don't know how quickly that changes, because like obviously on this account I've got like thousands of the common shards, so I don't know how long that takes to become not a problem anymore, because I don't know if they've ever done a wipe since it became online. So like I've got everything from every trial I've ever ran on this game, so I don't know how long that takes. No orbs I'm aware of. Yeah, I don't think so. So I have thousands of everything as well. It'll be interesting to start fresh. Yeah. I'm able to tell when there's a new affix since the last time I played, because I look at a thing and I'm like, I don't remember this. And then I break it up and it's like, boom, here's 3 shards for that thing. And then I look and I've got 3 instead of several hundred or 1,000. And I'm like, oh, that's a new affix that didn't exist last time I was playing. Otherwise I would have hundreds. Also, hot tip, arena keys are really, really good for gold. And the other 2 keys are trash for gold. Should do some dungeons for funsies. I've never actually done them at all, so I guess. That's basically all the arena keys are good for. Listen, I personally know some people who would spend several days straight farming arenas and actually just like them. Now, I think those people are both weird and wrong. But hey, you play the game however you like to play the game. If you love the arena shit, you can go do arena all day. It's fine. You're weird, but that's fine.
Yes, take care.
Okay, so there's a temporal sanctum and a soulfire bastion. And oh no, I already got that one. Is that it? Is that the only two? I got arena keys and arena keys of memory. It didn't take so long to get to the point of something interesting. Oh, that's what that second key's for. I forget what ranking, but an arena key starts you at the beginning, and an arena key of memory starts you way further in. Begins with 100 waves already completed. It only starts you at 100. It's better than starting at 0. And good drops. Hellfire is gambling at its finest. Okay, what's the third one then? Bastion Temporal. What do you look like? I got a temporal. I got that one. That one. There we go. Lightless Arbor, Soulfile, Temporal. Okay. Which one's first? Let's run them all just to see what the fuck they do. Which one am I doing first? 1k HP regen and 15% increased melee combo. Nice. League start prep. I mean, just like figuring stuff out. All right, fuck it. Let's do this. I can't even. You piece of shit. I gotta run there. I gotta run there. That's fucking rude. Just the correct way? Yes. I know, walking, how could they? Look, I do enough walking whenever I log into fucking World of Warcraft. The keys are fun because you can skip characters on ults with them. You say that, and people have said that, but how's that work if I have to run to the dungeon? Someone give me a great game for a few weeks, or I'm just going to keep donating subs out of sheer work avoidance. Alright, nobody give him a game.
Human, can you understand? That's good. Everyone else seems to have lost themselves. As soon as they woke, they started slinking about, rumbling the entire mountain with their steps.
I must have done one at some point. Whatever. Enter the dungeon. Burning Ember ability. What's the button for that on my controller? I don't appear to have a button for that on my controller. What does it do? Burning Ember is an ability to activate the ember that targets. Okay. Use dungeon ability. Oh my god. You can't even... You can't even set it for the controller. You can't, you literally can't even hotkey that for the controller. Like it's not a hotkeyable button on a controller. Well, guess I'm using a mouse and keyboard. Very sad. Oh, now I gotta click on all these little tiny things that I want. I love playing with a controller, man. Alright, what are you? Enemies drop slightly more exalted weapons. Okay. Is that the only option? I mean, I wouldn't mind exalted weapons. Oh, there is another door. Or slightly more exalted rings. Is that it? The way my map is turning here leads me to believe this is it. Those are the only two options. There's a failed third option there. I don't even know what this fucking thing does. I should read it before I go to the second half. Enemies outside Amberlight deal much more damage and take much less damage. Activate this ability to move the ember to a target location or recall it. So if I drop it in a target location, it can't lose stuff. But while it's attached to me, it's better, but it can lose stuff. Okay. But I need stuff to be in the light to be able to murder it. I see. I'm hitting for 200 instead of 2,200. It's like 90% damage reduction. Easy solution. Do 10 times more damage than you need. Right. How the fuck am I going to do that with a controller? I wouldn't even be able to get through the door. I wonder how this works in multiplayer. Like, do we each have our own light beacon? Does only the map owner have a light beacon? Wonder how many PoE players will come over to the last Epoch? For launch? All of them. Probably not all, but a large amount. A large amount. Lately not great for trade players. It's actually great right now. Why are you all firing at the kindling instead of the boss? Do we know when the next start for PoE is? Nope. My best guess is that we will get the announcement of the announcement late next week sometime, but it could also be the week after that. I think it looks a lot better for casual players. Sure. It's definitely less hardcore than PoE, and I don't mean hardcore in the sense of like hardcore softcore. I just mean like hardcore in the sense of like You don't need to be as much of a degenerate. Whoa. Nick already did he? I didn't see that. I was just going off like just general time frames. Like I was expecting probably next week, latest the week after, you get the announcement of the announcement, and then the actual announcement would be like 1 to 2 weeks after that, and then the league launch should be like 2 weeks after that. That would be like my time frame in my head. (267% critical strike chance). You cannot leech health from critical strikes, +3 to all stats, level 12 helmet. Thanks. Oh, data gal, crumb information about the remaining league. We're working on a news post with a timeline. We'll post it when it's ready, potentially next week, but no promises. Nice. Nailed it. Okay, so this was I mean, that's cool and all, but I mean, there's certainly quite a few exalted weapons. Should follow Nick, you haven't already? Oh, I do. It's not that I didn't follow him already. I do. It's that I'm bad at checking Twitter. This POE says what kill it. The death note is still pretty much meaningless, just like it would be in POE. No, the death note we get here is super helpful. It's super helpful, and it's all we ever wanted in POE too. It's not a direct list of exactly what skills killed you. It's just a breakdown of what damage types you took. That's it. That's all we needed. That's super helpful. It's great. POE doesn't give us that, not because they don't want to, but because they literally don't record that data. They were never set up to record that at all. And so to give us that information, they would have to start recording it, which is like a hugely different thing. It's like a whole thing. Okay, you can just keep spending here, I imagine. There's no limit. You wouldn't be able to spend that much. I just spent $500,000. I'm already full. don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need that. Cool, they can just stay there. Girls usually do these with 3 or 4 mil to blow. Okay. Okay, there's actually some pretty good gear came out of there, to be honest. Will I have to purchase Ellie when it comes out if I already have it? No, you've already got it. No! No! It's so far away. That one's here. Let's go do that. Wonder if the entries to gold find more drops on kill. There's an entire gold find faction, right? Right?
Intruders? A waste of time.
Travel between the divine realms and eras without moving. What? The fuck? Oh, that's really cool. Yo, that's fucking cool. Oh, that's locked in both areas. That's fucking cool. And it brings all my minions and totems with me when I swap. So it's not like I have to re-summon them. It doesn't do the... Oh! But my loot stays behind. My loot stays behind though. This is so fucking cool. Yo. What's the maximum number of totems you can currently have in LA? Of just this totem? Or like totems total? I want to say 17.
What's this?
If it's all totems.
How are they manipulating?
It'd be fucking awkward and annoying though.
Could it?
There's a decoy totem you can proc from your ring. You can summon 5 of these bitches right here. Oh, sorry, it's 6 of these bitches. Then you can shift into tree form, summon 9 more. Then there's a decoy totem and a storm totem. So, but like, I don't think it would be the correct thing to do all that.
Ah, it all makes sense now. The Epoch has finally come to me.
I kind of just want to keep phasing because the sound and visual is pretty cool. Like it really feels like popping in and out of existence. This sounds like how I imagine it feels when Nightcrawler teleports. I was just in the middle of typing. It kind of sounds like Nightcrawler in the movies when you said that, right? Has Baylor's run this before? He's literally forgotten. I've definitely not run this before. I was like, where do I dodge this ability? And then I was like, oh, not here. That's where. Not here. No, I've never fought this boss before. Every time somebody says wow 9 adverts, I wish there was a button where I could send them 3 more ads, just them. Is that like mean of me? Am I a bad person? I don't know what this is for. Oh wait, this is the thing where I would need a legendary potential. Right. Right. And this is where you'd be like, here's a ring with a legendary potential, and then I want to throw this on it. Obviously, I don't want either of these things. But if I was to do it, it would put one of these 4 stats at random onto this ring as well. Not necessarily the exalted one, right? It just has to be an exalted item with 4 stats, and then it takes one at random. And then if it has the god tier mode of legendary potential 4, then I'm just straight up copying that item onto the new item and just being like, boom, here's a unique with a rare on top of it. Except any sealed affixes. Okay, so sealed affixes disappear. Just want to see what it looks like. It's gone. Wait, it's not gone. It's here. Right. And so it took a shit thing, put it on here. Interestingly enough, didn't change the level requirement, but that's probably because it pulled a low tier affix. Does it change the level requirement? Can you build twink gear? The level stays the same, so you can get real powerful affixes on your like level 4 twink unique or whatever it is. The level requirement not changing exactly something that this is asked for. And I mean, that's a good idea. There's absolutely, this is actually one of the problems PoE has. There's absolutely no reason why I can't have a phenomenally large amount of speed and power on my ults for the level they're at during the campaign. Absolutely no reason. Is it limiting that accomplishes literally nothing. But even if an LP4 unique did happen to drop on your campaign run at the beginning of the league, you wouldn't have a fucking exalted item to slam on anyway. And if you somehow manage to get an exalted item while leveling, and it happened to roll well, and it happened to be the same item that you got an LP4 item while leveling for, and you knew to do this thing already, congratulations on your league start. It's fucking phenomenal. Enjoy being overpowered as shit. Like, good for you, bud. Right? That's so many RNG layers of disgusting. Great. Good job. Post it on Reddit. I like. You'd also need a lightless Arbor key, right? I don't even know if you can get them. Like, what the fuck? That was such a fucking cool dungeon. I'm torn between this and the Golem Fire Wraith League start. I actually don't know anything about the Golem Fire Wraith one. But that also sounds pretty easy, as in like low action per minute on your behalf. Fire Wraith is one of the best minion builds at the moment. Nice. Second to squirrels. Fucking squirrels, man. I feel like Ziz kinda really has to start squirrels, right? Like, not like has to, but like, I know he's played it before, but like, he has to farm, he has to start squirrels, right? Like, this whole place is on fire. Oh, it's probably got something to do with this, doesn't it? Toggles between fire immunity and necrotic immunity. Fucking balls. Okay. Should have been immune to fire just then. What am I immune to right now? Oh, right now I'm immune to fire. Okay. Each time you swap between tools, it costs. can we use to clean this also the bastion? Okay. You called it EA and crack. I would have called it EA but good, since EA is pretty trash. But that one actually looks really good. Gonna offend some EA enjoyers out here, but your skill's trash. Shoots too many arrows or something. How could it possibly be bugged right now? How? It doesn't even exist right now. How could it be bugged? Shooting more than it would in the trailer. Honestly, they could halve it and it'd probably still be fine. It looked real good. It's accessible to some content creators, early access to make builds. I understand why that's done, but I hate it. I hated it when D4 did it, and I hate it now. But to be clear, if I was ever offered something like that, I would also say yes, take it, and do my best to make build guides and whatnot out of it. I wouldn't turn it down. But the gamer side of me just wishes we were all finding out the exact same information at the exact same time. Not, you guys go play with it for a week. There's space in the RPG mode for Lost Epoch to become a major player. Yeah, there's still plenty of space. There's a big empty hole right where D4 was meant to go. Ah. Okay. We good? Complete. Nice. Did my hardcore with a few ninja hit was tweaked a little bit myself. I was trying to expect the playstyle was very meh. To be fair, explosive arrow champ is a pretty solid hardcore build that I would also be willing to play in hardcore. I just also don't value hardcore at all. I know some people do, but I don't. I couldn't care less. So therefore trash build, because I only really care about softcore. It is actually quite a good hardcore build though. There was a unique back there. I saw it drop. I didn't walk out. I didn't click anything. I saw that item. I saw a flash of color. I have no idea what it was. I saw a flash of color. I have absolutely no idea what it was. It's back in that boss room.
Fantastic work. Formosus will clatter with delight when I give him my report. Now about those soul embers. Care to let me see your hole?
Oh, I see. I see.
Oh, lucky you.
Nothing for me. At least nothing I care about. There are some gloves I want that are unique.
Oh, lucky you.
No. Right, so this is why you don't really want to swap, because gambling all this stuff is costing me souls, which is like the thing that I would have expended to become immune to things. So the less often we have to swap, the more shit we get to gamble out here, basically. Is it shaman? It is. Cool. That was cool too. Oh, the sliders thing. For the 0 other people in chat who remember sliders. Oh, don't call me out on that. Wait, do you actually remember sliders? Sliders was good. Wait, people remember sliders? I thought that it was really barely watched by anyone. Sliders was the first show that ever made me question the way we run governments. Just on this planet as a whole. I mean, is this good? Shit, okay, a lot more people know sliders than I thought. There was one episode of Sliders where they went to a world, and the way that world ran the government is that there was a pretty stringent set of requirements for like each government position. Like if you want to be like, I don't know what the real words are, but like head of finance or whatever the fuck it was, like you had to know what you were doing, right? There was a pretty like set of like requirements, but every single person in the country that was a citizen of that country that qualified was in the draw whether they liked it or not, and when you got pulled, you were in charge for the next year, and you got paid really well, but also everything was transparent and everything that you did was scrutinized by other people who could have got that job, and everything was seen by the public and everything, and you would only ever have it for a year, and you'd get paid super well for that 1 year, and then you go back to your life. And every government position of importance was like that, and I was like, that's kind of cool. Definitely flawed. I don't think that actually works, but it was works. I think it works better than whatever we do right now, which is also not great. Okay, all those dungeons were pretty cool. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. I just remember being a teenager and watching that and being like, huh, that's a really cool way to do things. That was pretty fucking cool. So now I've got an idea of those dungeons and I want to run more of them, but why are you a button that I have to press? Everything's already unlocked. Oh, it's just telling me that I got Scorpion, which is irrelevant. However, the Scorpion could armor shred for me. Like instead of my 5th ability, I can get chance to poison right there. Right? Poisoning enemies and reducing their armor. So I can have the Scorpion lob thing for reducing their armor as well. Right? So you get poison here, you reduce armor there. You go this way because you have to. You go this way because you have to. And then you grab this one. Scorpion deals additional melee damage. Its poison chance from all sources is converted into armor shred chance. And then what? A stack of poisons to enemies standing in each one. More poison chance of poison chill, so you could go even more armor shred out there from the giant scorpion. Poison chance and life on hit right there. If the baby scorpions benefit from the armor shred, they could be pretty cool too. Not out that way. That's all. Change it to cold stuff. Have you found your first skill? I mean, armor shred is like the thing I was after. Scorpions are pretty cool. Maybe? Maybe the scorpion is a contender for like 5th skill. What I'm really hoping is that the new skills that the new skill we get like suits. Like it's worth using. That's the hope. Okay. What will that new skill even be? Yeah, me too. Me too. All right, we're gonna call that a day for today. Probably back in PoE tomorrow. There's not really much else for me to do here. Although we are still doing really well on Last Epoch views, so I might actually just level a different character. I might just keep playing Last Epoch. Like, people are showing up for Last Epoch. They're excited. I'm excited. I don't know what we'll play tomorrow. Hold the Twitter poll and let people vote for all 3 people who follow Twitter. Lol. Not very active on Twitter. All right. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.